Okay. I hope I'm coming in alright and there isn't like echo or anything crazy. Oh, let's try that again with music not blaring in your ear, huh? Greetings, everyone. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You could take your pick. I might have to adjust the camera with the webcam position in just a second, but how's everyone doing? Hope everyone enjoys their stay. Welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Sorry, gas. Had a lot of food yesterday, and I ate a lot of things that didn't agree with me. Oh, that is not the right webcam position at all. It's not gonna be perfect, but if I could just get it close, it's all that really matters. Just gonna shrink these docks while I work on it. I think that's about as much as I can, yeah, that looks like it fits almost perfectly. Not quite. If I can get, like, just the cutout of that, that would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. Go ahead and shrink these to the right size. Alright, sorry for all the technical stuff. Welcome back to today's stream. I don't know why I said that. I just felt I needed to say it. So, last time, we were in the process of finalizing our trip through Caelid. We've done most of it. There really isn't much left to do except cleanup. And Redmane Castle itself, of course. Now, I still have not looked into why the Redmane Castle is silent. I am not sure what's going on. It could be I just didn't do something correctly. It could be something else. Before we really get into that, because the Redmane Castle is going to be today's agenda, I'd like to go over some patch notes. We aren't on a major patch yet. I'm kind of like trying to work out a rhythm where I'm not tweeting every single patch, but I'm tweeting something on major patches. Why don't we start from... Okay, I'm trying to think of where we might have left off last time. I think we were on like 5.02c, so I'll just kind of hit some highlights. First, starting from patch 5.03. Again, I'm not going to read all of these. I'm just going to read what I think is important. And by that, I'm going to seriously paraphrase what is important, because there's a lot here. So, loot on chairs, patch 5.03. Loot on chairs has been replaced with signs of the all-knowing. There are 123 signs of the all-knowing to pick up, starting from the chairs we have not, and this is the part where I'm kind of taking over here, starting from the portion of chairs we have left yet to touch. Apart from that, default skills on some weapons got changed over. For example, Crystal Knife now has Chilling Mist as its Ash of War. Trying to think of another one I could like point to. Might not have that sword on hand. Let me try to get one in which it might have been changed. Frozen Needle became Ice Spear. I'm sorry, Frozen Needle had its weapon art changed from Impaling Thrust to Ice Spear, which is just great. There's a lot of changes. Too many for me to really go over. Channel, viewers, followers. Oh, I see we have a first-time chatter. Promotion of your channel, viewers, followers, views, chatbots, Price is lower than any competitor. Quality is guaranteed to be the best. Auto on. Incredibly flexible. Oh, Doge hype? Oh, no, no thank you. I'm just gonna, like, scrub this. Nigel Winterbottom 3. Yeah, I know. It's a bot. I'll report the spam. As long as I'm being allowed. What is going on here? Alright, we're going to... Thank you very much for that follow. Greatly appreciated. I gotta right-click the name. I forget. Alright, we're going to just... ban. And I'll take a name of that bot. That way I can report it. Thank you for that. I mean, it looked obvious, but when you're hit with a lot of information like that, you gotta read. Okay, copy. I keep my own private Discord server for general text I need. It's a great practice. I highly recommend it. Where were we? We were reading patch material. I'll try to keep this moving along. Vigor scaling was adjusted in patch 5.04. Not much more than that really happened that affects us. For patch 5.05, recovery time of all jumping R1s was decreased. So if we use our Sword of Night and Flame, that's how they get you, the sneaky bots. Exactly. Especially with a ton of information like that. Yeah, recovery time of all jumping R1 attacks was decreased, which should make them more viable. Grail, Flying Dragons, and Magma Worms had some either bugginess or aggro increases, something like that. So that got fixed. In patch 5.06, there were icons for Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, Houses, Godslayer, and Crucible Fortunes added. Since we'll be maining Warlock most of the time, and I'm going to need to change up my stats. I'm going to have to visit Renala here real soon. I could show off that new icon. Other than that, the cap in successive new games was raised, specifically on NG +7. It became 301. I'll cover that more in just a second. I'm just trying to cover other stuff. We're currently on patch 5.08a. Going back to this, nothing of relevance. Patch 5.06c changed the starting classes to all have base stat, well, not base stats of 10, but the same stat allotment the Wretch has. So no one class is better than any other class. It's all the same. What else? The level cap... the level cap apparently just got disabled on New Game +7 and above. Interesting. Okay. So that sort of opens up our previous build. We just have to be 7 new games in. What else got changed? Nothing that couldn't be read. Scrolling all the way down to version 5.08. This is where the good chunk of the stuff I was talking about today lies. So apparently, Latenna and Lobo got added as a Spirit Ash, which is just fantastic. Latenna and Lobo are awesome. And Lobo is the dead wolf she leaves behind when she joins us. Smithing stones obtained from lower level smithing stone drops in areas were increased. For example, the 2 smithing stone 4s that drop in deep root depths now drop 3 instead of just 1. So smithing stone drops became more prolific. Nice. They were kind of on something of a smithing stone drought up until this point. Moog's camera got adjusted for his phase 2. Hitboxes and durations of fire puddles got decreased. We haven't fought Moog yet. We've got a little bit to go before we do. Well, when I say a little, what I really mean is a lot. We have to explore Altus Plateau, and we need to get through Caelid first. Trying to think of other things that are actually relevant. No. The rest of it doesn't particularly impact us, other than maybe the Godskin duo having some bugginess on HP. That seems to have gotten fixed. Finally, in patch 5.08a, there was some text. That's all that was changed. Some text specifically pertaining to Melina. And I'm hoping that the patch will fix this, but in case it hasn't, we need to interact with something to fix the issue. I think it'll be the impenetrable thorns that sit just outside of the entrance to the Erd Tree. I think that's what they're talking about. I haven't played up to that point in base, so at that point I'm kind of guessing. But yeah, that's pretty much all the major notes. If you want to know, where you can get all that information, you can type in !ERR, all lowercase, no spaces, no quotes, just !ERR, and that'll take you to the mod page. You may have to tab over to the description tab, as it is a Nexus Mods exclusive mod, which means you need a PC copy of the game. You'll find all that information in the Discord. Elden Ring Reforged has a Discord. I highly recommend checking it out. Very much worth your time. We have a bunch of great folks on there, myself included, although I'm not sure I'd call myself great. And to keep it simple, so that we're not spending time going over every single feature, Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod for Elden Ring. That's all it is. It's an overhaul. I say that like I'm diminishing it. There's a lot going on in this mod. Level scaling has been changed. You can duck. I can't two-hand any weapons, but if I could, I would be able to show you what deflects look like. Casting speeds, animation speeds, costs, all of that stuff has been adjusted. Weapon scaling, there's like close to like 1,000 or over 1,000 changes made to the game from top to bottom, as Lobos himself would probably put it. There's a lot going on, so I highly recommend hopping on the Discord and checking the information out about the mod yourself, if you're interested. Now, I did some stuff off screen I need to go over. This won't take long. Just that, due to the way that I am currently set up, we are using sorceries right now. And I was able to get Lusat's Glintstone Staff to be +4. For those that are maybe not aware, I was using a Dark Glintstone Staff earlier. This staff is great. However, this staff, Lusat's Glintstone Staff, basically what it does is it has a general boost, a lower boost, but a general boost to every sorcery that you will ever cast, but in exchange, you have FP costs go up. Azure's Glintstone Staff is the same, but it's casting speed instead of just, instead of increased power. Lusat's, I think, is personally better, but if you need casting speed for any reason and you're looking for an endgame staff, either one of these two should do you just fine. And, you know, if you want to use Azure's, if you want to use Azure's Glintstone Staff, just carry the correct staff in your offhand and you'll be fine. You know, carry the, Dark Glintstone Staff or the Crystal Staff if you would like to keep your nice boost. It's a little unorthodox. Typically you want a shield or a weapon in your offhand, but hey, Elden Ring was probably the first game I'm aware of in FromSoft's like game lineup where you could use the two staves in conjunction like this. So it's kind of like ERR is aware of the tech, but it's kind of new compared to the knowledge base that most Dark Souls or Soulsborne veterans have coming into Elden Ring. If that makes any sense. Other than that, I did begin grinding a codex. We're not there yet, and I've got 2 exams in the next 3 weeks. One is on the 6th. I'm sorry, one is on the 7th, and the other is on the 22nd, or 21st. 22nd. Either way, I've got 2 exams coming up in the space of 3 weeks, covering 2 completely different subjects, so I wasn't able to get much further than 8% on the codex. To briefly explain what the codex is, a codex is a bestiary. We have a bestiary in Elden Ring. This is probably the most the most prolific feature that stands out among the sea of Elden Ring mods that are out there, like IMCO or I would say Convergence, but it's still in pre-alpha, not even released yet. Ascended, Elden Ring Reborn, Elden Ring Vigil. There are a lot. And this is the thing I think that really stands out. It's really cool. Let me actually kind of show off the different levels of entries. There are 3. So, the basic entry is the enemy type and the item drops. You always get that, period. Whereas with something like the Redmane forces, I have the other 2 entries on hand. I could show you. This is the entry for the Ghost Radon foot soldiers, the Phantoms. And here, on top of the loot, you get access to the actual stats as they exist in Elden Ring Reforged, which is just fantastic. Finally, at the 3rd level, you get access to not only the defenses and negation, but the status effects and resistances for each one. And it'll even tell you, like, the damage ticks on that particular enemy. So if we were to afflict this enemy with, I don't know, Scarlet Rot. For Scarlet Rot, it tells you that it will sustain, that enemy will sustain 960 damage over 40 seconds, which if I do the math, we just take that damage, divide it by the total duration, and you get the DPS or for that particular one. So 960 divided by 40, 24. So it's 24 damage a second, which is not bad. It's a lot more noticeable as the time goes on, but that's a nice rate. And of course, the item drops are listed. To do this, to play around with the codex, we need to have Signs of the All-Knowing, which you will get from a cookbook that is contained in this chest. This chest is new. There'll be like 20 Signs of the All-Knowing, plus the cookbook, plus another key item. That's how you'll access the codex. I totally forgot to craft the, oh goodness, okay, I thought that there was a change that I was certain of where the Erd leaf flowers could be converted to a specific substance. No, I think the rates for that got changed. That's what it is. The rates got changed. Yeah, there's a lot here. I really highly check out. I highly recommend you guys check out the, let me find a minor Erd tree here. I would highly recommend you guys check out the Discord for all the relevant information It's kind of spread up or set out in a forum style, in a forum method where the information is contained in posts. That being said, I've heard that there is a wiki in the works, like not just the changelog website, because that's a lot to keep up with, but there's a wiki, which is just fantastic. And that wiki is not going to be maintained by Kernifer. And I'm not saying that to say, oh, well, you know, Kernifer does a bad job about maintaining the wiki, like on the changelog website. I mean, they work mostly by themselves. There is like a small mod team, but it's mostly on bigger projects. Like, Kernifer still does like close to I would say close to 90 to 95% of the mod by themselves, and that means that, how do I word this? That means that I would imagine it to be very difficult to mint out constant, almost daily mod changes, and on top of that, also maintain the changelog by themselves. That's very hard. So I'm grateful that Kernifer does it when they can. However, the wiki will be nice once it gets all set up. That'll be a weight taken off Kernifer's shoulders. They don't even have to worry about it. They could just put the relevant information in the changelog. And the people who maintain the wiki will maintain it by themselves. I think that's great. Might be wondering what I'm doing here. I'm just collecting some tarnished golden sunflowers so that we can make some signs real quick. Like I said in my in all my Discord posts, I have been a little bit vegetative this week. I've had a lot going on, so I do apologize. Also, whatever spare time I did have, I had to spend it on grinding up Blasphemous, an interesting action platformer game that we are in the process of doing the remaining like 2.1 like torments or true penances for. We're trying to get the 3 rosary beads that are left to us in the game. And that takes a little bit of setup. But once we do that, once we do that, that'll free up our time for either short form or, you know, more Elden Ring. Like, more Elden Ring Reforged. Because Elden Ring Reforged is a great game. This has... Let me put it this way. Elden Ring Reforged is so good in my mind that I cannot go back to vanilla almost no matter how many updates they make, because we have custom spells, we have custom weapon arts. Well, you have to work within the limitations of the game, but we do have some. We have weapon arts that are more accessible on different catalysts, different weapons, different shields. Stuff has really just been moved around, and it's great. It's great. Our dogs are going ballistic over something. Oh, I forgot that I didn't put any sugar in the coffee. Ugh. That's okay. Alright, how many signs can... Actually, we still can't make any until we make the substance. Why is this still at 1? Oh. What the heck? Okay, I guess it just didn't update. Hey, Mr. Rowan Darcy, welcome back to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. I was just covering... I just got finished covering most of the particulars of the patch material. For you in particular, since you're on my Discord, I'll talk about that in just a moment. I only have 2 Erdly flowers. That's great. I'm happy that the Erdly flowers make material, but I should have farmed some. Oh well. I have a channel set up on my own Discord, the one that you guys can access, given a little raffle I do about the 15th of every month. And in that Discord, in my own Discord, will be a channel specifically dedicated to Elden Ring Reforged. I'd like it to be sort of a sister server, where people can sort of go find the mod, like the mod update information, and then join the Discord through there. But I do promise to be active on my own Discord. Promise. I could be better. Had a gastric incident this morning, so I can't talk too much. Mostly gonna chill here with you for a while. Also, yes, join the Discord. It's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the pitch. It is quiet, but it is quiet. I do intend on fixing it. I'm just not sure what the model for it should be yet. Like, on one hand, I would like to... I guess I should first take care of business. Alright, the rest of you are going to leave me alone. It's time to change some stats. Alright, Renala. We need to respec. Come help us. And no worries, if you need to lurk, please do. Time to be reborn, sweeting. I need to... There are like a few Elden Ring quotes. I need to have like a soundboard of that stuff, I swear. The Celavis one is just pure crackpot gold. Because it's so insidious that it is hilarious at the same time. I really do just need to make one of those. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it yet. Why not a coin? Yes, it is.
Now.
We only need 52 int, so we can start by setting all our points to normal and then seeing where we are after just 52 int. That would be funny. Some Celavis, Renala, Patches, and Alexander ones would be good, I think. It would, wouldn't it? I'll see what I can do about that. I make no promises, however. I am, quite busy. Especially with the exams. I might be able to do something after the first one. Because I'll still have enough time, but I have an exam in 2 days, and I want to make sure I'm doing right by that. As right as I can be. Cell bio's hard. What can I say? So we have 8 levels to work with. Which means we could put those in Arcane, and we have a bit of a better spread. We really didn't change that much. We just took min scaling on Lusat's Glintstone Staff so that we could still use our Dragon Communion Seal. That's really all we did. I would like to catch the other 2 stats up. If you need help any help setting things up, let me know. Will do. Will do. Thank you. And thank you for the hat tips. By the way, if you want a free, or not a free, well, it comes with the deal. Comes with the package. If you want a tier 1 emote, folks, a tier prime sub will get you there. And speaking of Twitch Prime subs, a Twitch Prime sub gets you into the Discord. You need at least one of those. I'm still figuring it out, but I've come up with a plan already on the Discord, so I'm sticking to it. For those who maybe aren't quite so much in the know on Twitter, where I do tweet things pretty consistently, I am setting up a raffle, or a sort of, like a random roll for a random person to get a Twitch Prime sub, and that person will get into the Discord. I'm not going to make people maintain a Twitch Prime sub to stay into the Discord, but my rationale is that if you like the content and you like it enough to hang around, once you invest a Twitch Prime sub, you'll put in the necessary investment. You already will because you're staying around. And I want to provide an incentive beyond just here are some flashy pictures you can use in Twitch chat. I do want to come up with some other incentives for the tiered subs, but right now the Discord and the emotes are the best I have until I do a serious sit down and really flesh out what those benefits should be. I have a document for it, but it's nowhere near ready yet. In addition to being a tier 1 sub and being in the Discord, you get access. Yeah, exactly. The art's incredible. Plus, it feels exclusive in chat. Exactly. All of the emotes, I do need to like fine tune them a little bit. Like remove some excess lightning in a couple of spots so it looks a little bit less fuzzy. That's probably how I want to use it. But what I'm trying to say, my emotes, I would like to think, are one of the fair few that look realistic for the screen that they're on. They're not cartoony, they're not chibi, they look like a real hat. Or a stylized version of one. There's nothing wrong with the cartoony, anime, chibi emotes. Everyone loves that stuff. Everyone does. Even me. I would just like to offer something else. Something different. Something that's hard to come by. Yeah, I think the art really suits the style and theme of your setup. Thank you. Thank you. I need to go through a second round of graphic art designers, though. Like, I've had people pretty much tell me that the live screen just does not fit. It doesn't quite fit for what I'm trying to do, so I've stopped using it. Because if the only input is I could do without it, I'm not going to use it. Which sucks. Because I did pay a good chunk of money for that. But, as everyone knows in the Twitch scene, let me see it again? Sure. Let me find it. I'll leave it on the screen for a minute. I've showed you this before, but like, now that it's actually on the screen, and it does have a different connotation or a different appearance when you're something like Elden Ring. It might not look too good. Something like Blasphemous or another indie game might make it look better. Kind of hard to say. I also kind of think it's the color. The style is good, but it could be more purple, which is the color I associate with the channel and the other art you see. More purple, you say. I'm gonna write that down. I may be able to tinker with that myself. Also, I might be able to... The original one, the purple paneling behind the rounded frame, I had to add that. It didn't come with that. I had to add it, which means behind like the purple corners, if those weren't there, the game screen, like the game, would just be playing behind it. So it needs some work. Which leads me to my statement. Your Twitch channel is what you make of it, folks. Don't let people tell you you need to spend hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars on your equipment or anything else of that nature. You have to put yourself into your Twitch channel. No one else, nothing else. Well, that's not true. Your audio needs to be very good. But outside of your audio, and, you know, making sure your game isn't just lagging behind, I was writing down that idea. More purple. More purple. I'll put it in quotes so I don't forget. You gotta put yourself... You gotta improve yourself first. Like, your audio has to be good. Your visuals, really, as long as you're capable of 720p or even 480p, It's 480p is enough to make like emulated N64 games work okay. As long as you do that, most of the rest of it comes down to you. The other stuff is icing. It's nice to look at. I think if you tone the corners darker purple and then match the rest of the panels to that color, it'd be more fitting to look at. Outside of of audio and a decent upload quality, you can really set your channel theme up and appearance however you like. I agree. If you don't like how it looks, you won't be happy to look at them while you stream. Exactly. And I like it, but I want to respect the input that other people have said while looking at it. And thinking on it now, when I was proposed the offer by the graphic artist in question, I should have taken one look. I did take multiple looks, but I should have taken a look at the overall art style and probably said, you know, if you can't make this a little bit more realistic, because I am not I wouldn't call myself a generic streamer. I'm definitely not a Good Vibes Tribe. I can be sometimes, but not all the time. I'm not your traditional streamer, and the traditional art style won't depict me in the same way as everyone else. For those who are wondering why I'm here, that is because I am attempting to get into Redmane Castle, and I want to show people why I was having problems the first time. So consider this a second showing. Redmane Castle should normally have tons of enemies right here. Tons of them. No enemies in front of the tower. No enemies firing the ballistae, which is the most telling feature. You have to deal with that ballistae on the bridge. That bridge back there. You have to dodge those ballistae. Then, up here should be a troll knight with a giant flamberge that's flaming and is on fire. Nothing of the sort. Can't even get in this way, which is fine. With a troll knight, you can't get in that way either. I'll read that in 2 seconds. Then, over here, you have, like, the bat enemies. Which are just always here. But then, past that, we weren't able to get in through the back. I get that, and for some games, sometimes the frame isn't always suited to it. I think if it had been made slightly more metallic in nature, it would have suited you better, most likely. Good luck at the castle. I hope I can get in today, although I haven't cracked open the game in like a week, so I highly doubt anything has changed. Even with multiple patches worth of changes. I'm probably going to have to look into it. Because today's episode is the Redmane Castle. It would be nice if I could get into Redmane Castle and not have to go, oops, sorry, we have to do something else now. So, does anyone else have any impressions of Redmane Castle? Also, I want to point out that these bats are literally called man-bats. You know, like Batman, but the inverse. And I found out, like the last week we streamed this, that there is an actual comic character who turns into the man-bat, and Bruce Wayne, or Batman, ends up having to fight him at some point. It's hilarious. I cracked up on stream over that. It was that good. I don't know why they're called man-bats. It could be... The only thing I can think of is that that is how the names are in the Japanese translation guide. So for maybe those that are not quite in the know, we have a member of our Discord. Their name is Ivy, or Ividian, however you want to say it. And they are Man-Bat versus Batman. Who will win? LOL, that's incredible. And yeah, it's most likely a strict translation. Exactly. Exactly. It's still hilarious, but you're probably right. Ivy straight up said that that's where the names came from, is the Japanese translation guide, and eventually there will be, like, English names. Like, I know the female bats are the singing bats, but I think in the codex they're referred to as... That's right. I forgot. Folks, we could have gone through Redmane Castle yesterday. Guess what's here? It's a freaking ladder. I don't know how I missed that, but I did. I've been through Redmane Castle several times, and I've never missed the stepladder before. Ever. There's a first for everything. Buddy, did you forget the ladder? I did forget the ladder. I didn't even see it. I don't know why. I wish I could explain. Sounds like the freaking Halo intro. This one's more obvious than the one on Mount Gelmir, at least. Tell me about it. Yeah, Mount Gelmir, I think, is about the absolute furthest I've played, but really, that's about the same progress level as Altus for ERR purposes, so... meh. Didn't make it to Volcano Manor either, other than, like, teleporting in randomly. Right. This is set up so the festival's going on. So if you hear this chanting... Have you fought Radon yet? Nope. Not at all. That's what we're gonna do now, I guess. I would show you about all the Redmane Knights that are here. I'd show you about the Leonine warriors that are down below us. About all of the stables and chests, but... instead, all we hear is chanting. Good luck on Radon. He's a big man. Thanks. Appreciate that. Good luck. Are you summoning the fighters? Yup. We gotta do it for the quest lines. And we're gonna be using our, we're gonna be using the Warlock Fortune as well. I'll kind of show... Oh, hi. I'll show... what one of the better methods for handling Radon, especially if you like casting utility spells on top of dealing damage. That's typically how I fight Radon. Okay, there are a couple of mucks just hanging around. Come here, then. Yeah, so here are the Redmane pages. They kind of don't mess around, but... and they don't poise break easy off of generators, but they're not that difficult. Just keep your spacing. Fighting them in small buildings like this is probably the worst. Just simply because it's kind of hard to get away, and they don't always stagger when you want them to. Even if I were swinging my sword, it would probably take about 2 swings. Why can't I open this door? That's okay. We'll go around. No reason to work hard when you can work smart. And is there... yep, look at all these commoners here. What we're going to do... this is where you get the Armor's Cookbook 5, by the way. What we could do is quickly come over and unlock the door. And then just leave. That way we don't have to climb the ladder again. For those wondering, Starlight is normally kind of a useless Illuminator spell in base Elden Ring. In Elden Ring Reforged, it slightly boosts your FP regeneration, so... if you're a sorcerer, keep Starlight on hand. It's actually a good spell. You'll make back the FP from Starlight and then some. Are you... wow. Okay. I admire your enthusiasm, commoner. My favorite Elden Ring strategy, just leave. It's perfect. It's perfect. Okay, but we gotta find the drop down, and I do not know where that is, or I do not remember where that is. It might be... because this is where the ladder is. That way is back outside. I think I have to drop down on, precisely on the fence and then jump over. I think there are a number of ways you probably could have done that. This is significantly different from Elden Ring, by the way. Because in Elden Ring base, you do not have the Redmane Festival starting out. You have to fight your way through this. The whole way through it. So this is... If you were like, I don't believe the title screen, you could just swap an animation or make a new one. You can cut it in half. Let this chanting, just, you know, this Halo-sounding music, totally convince you that things are not as they normally are in Elden Ring. Although I hope 40 episodes in, we've made it pretty abundantly clear that this is Elden Ring Reforged. I see this all the time in, like, Reddit forums. Like, how do I know? Well, outside of the title screen, you can do X, X, and X, and you'll eventually make it through. We can open this, or we cannot open it. Never mind. Alright, I need to stop the blasted chanting. It's getting to me. Like, the Halo intro theme is good, but come on. Even that has a limit. Do I have a favorite NPC? Just curious, since we've seen quite a few of them at the festival. Oh, Alexander and Blythe are, like, top favorites. Hey there, Rasby. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. We're definitely not going to be sticking with this build. We just happened to come here after realizing, oh, well, Coin missed the actual ladder. Not a step ladder, it's a regular ladder. Another way you can tell you're in the festival is that none of these extra doors open. Got an exam tomorrow? I got one 2 days from now. I know how you feel. Still gotta study? Yeah, I still gotta polish up some stuff myself, but it's like mathematical things, mostly. And really the only math that we're going to have to kind of be familiar with is the Michaelis-Menten equation, the Weaver-Weinberg equation, and the all of the formulas pertaining to free energy as they pertain to cells. So it's basically that stuff. The rest of it I feel more or less pretty confident on. So I hope your exam goes well. Alexander's a top-tier guy. His story and its ending, like many of the stories in Soulsborne games, is sad and tragic. Oh yes, and especially sad and tragic because George R.R. Martin is the person writing this. Like, he came up with the setting. FromSoft may have written that, like, the actual dialogue and, like, the exact NPC placements, but, like, the lore and the overall story is George R.R. Martin's. And if you guys know about Game of Thrones and how tragic and how nobody gets a happy ending in Game of Thrones, not even the good guys, yeah, the Alexander's story is tragic, and I do look forward to showing it off. Alright, we gotta change out our spells. Let's do that. And before we do that, we need to change out our fortune. You guys will see why in just a moment. We don't want to be divining fortunes. We want Fortune of the Warlock. I love the lore and setting for this one so much. Its Celtic roots are really interesting. Depending on what you do, some stories can have happy endings. Yeah, that's true. They're just very rare. They're very rare. I would say Bach is a pretty good exception to that. If you do things right, you can have a happy ending something that is actually worthy of shedding tears for. Oh, while you're here, Mr. Rowan Darcy, I wanted to show this off. I don't know how familiar you are with Tops, the sorcerer guy you find at the Church of Irith, the one you get an academy key for, but they made a new... Kurtifer and Company made a new item, a relatively new item. I'd say it maybe 10 patches ago in his honor. This is his likeness, his face. I will go spend my last hour awake studying, or at least doing my best to do that. I'm not confident you can pass. I'm confident you're going to give it your best. So, yeah, by all means, please go study. And you've got my vote of confidence. You're a smart guy. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You can do this. But hold that fear you have close to heart. Let it inspire you to do better, to do the best you can. And that's what I try to think of when I'm studying. You know, if I'm not certain about something, I hold that fear close at heart, and I use it to motivate myself. Not everyone can do that. Some people can't be motivated by fear. Many people have to be motivated by hope. And that's fine. I can take either. Yeah, the one who sits at his desk, sits in quotes at the end of his story. Also, that looks pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll make sure the company, I say company, I'll make sure Kurtifer and the dev team hear about that. That talisman I showed off earlier is essentially the elemental equivalent of the Blue Dancer charm. It's really nice. And it helps Paladin Fortune out a lot, because it also boosts elemental damage at below half health. Alright, spells. Redmane is... Let's actually take a moment to show off a command. If we type in ERRB... I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Rowan Darcy. I'm about to go over some parameters for this now. I will eventually phase out the boss documents as we get the completed bestiary, excuse me. But for the time being, and while we don't quite have 100%, we only have about 8%, the boss document is going to be very useful. Yeah, I would say it was accurate as of patch 5.0, where I'm patch like 0508. So most of the stuff should be accurate. So let's go find General Redmane. Or it'll be called Redmane here. Yes. It'll be called... Nope, I missed it. I thought I saw it. I need to open it out a lot more. Star Scourge Redmane, that's what I was thinking of. So, Star Scourge Redmane is a divine foe, which means Godslayer weapons deal extra damage to him. He has 30 defense and 180 poise. So, he does not have that much additional mitigation, but good luck poise breaking him. You can do it, but it's hard. For physical damage resistances, he takes 10% less slash and 5% less strike. No known vulnerabilities to physical damage. In terms of elemental damage, he takes 5% more lightning damage and 15% less holy damage. That's what the decimals in the boss sheet pretty much tell you, is what percentage are you looking at. If the entry reads 1.050, it means 5%. If it's 1.250, it's 25%. It's percentage points. So we can pack a lightning spell that can help us. In terms of immunities, he is resistant to Scarlet Rot. He is also resistant to Deathblight and Sleep. In terms of other statuses, he has he has the normal amount of vulnerability to poison, blood loss, madness, and frostbite. So our game plan is to pack poison and damage him with lightning. So, poison mist. Well, we also want to pack generators first. Let's do that. For generators, I'm thinking Bestial Sling. It's at least going to do neutral damage most of the time. Howl of Shabriri, I think, imparts a buff. We're going to experiment with that. Then we're going to inflict poison. Then we have our choice. So the nice thing about poison is that it drops the status resistance per stack applied. So if I get 15 stacks of poison on Radon, then his resistance is going to be lowered 15 times. So it may actually not be a bad idea to pack some Scarlet Rot. We're going to go without it first. Instead, what we're going to opt for is Flame of Frenzy is a good one, as he has a big hitbox. So Flame of Frenzy would actually have some good coverage. We're also going to slow him down with Dragon Ice. Then finally, we're going to use Honed Bolt and Lightning Spear if we would like to deal extra damage. Honed Bolt is a lightning-specific generator, and Lightning Spear would be our lightning finisher. Hello, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are you doing? We were just covering the statistics for Star Scourge Radon, one of the shard bearers that we're going to fight. Now, in terms of our actual strategy, we can walk there while we introduce ourselves to the NPCs that'll be helping us. So Radon is a two-phase fight. First phase, he's on horseback. He'll be moving around like crazy, so we're probably... Also, I forgot to pack one other spell, and that's going to be Help. I am good drinking some wine and chilling, mentally preparing for Monday. Nice. Is it the homemade wine, or did you get commercial wine today, out of curiosity? Last spell we're packing is going to be Erdtree's Blessing. That's what I was waiting for. Or Blessing's Boon. Homemade wine? Ah, good. I believe we discussed that already. I'm glad. I hope you find it to your liking. You never know. Sometimes your own stuff can hit you wrong. I've made homemade stuff before, and it didn't taste right to me, and I was so sad too. Mainly sweets. Really good? Glad to hear it. Oh, we are already here in NPC Town. So if you guys remember Blythe from, like, episode, I don't know, 8 or 9. And I think, again, in, like, episode 20, we met him after we were told to go to Nokron by Lunar Princess Ronnie. We find him here again.
Ah, there you are. Took your sweet time. The players are all made up. And waiting for the curtain. Let's give them a show to remember, eh? Just don't you go dying on me. For Ronnie's sake, too.
Don't worry, Blythe, I won't. And yeah, that is how you say his name. It is Gaelic, I think.
This might even be fun.
And then over here, if you guys will recall, around...
God of the Shattering awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radon Festival.
I bet that VA had a lot of fun with that line. Hi there, Alexander. Great Iron Jar or Iron Fist Alexander.
By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held?
Dude. Oh, okay. You made it sound like you were, you made it sound like you listened to it and then didn't know.
Demigod in the flesh. Oh, God. In truth, I quiver at the thought. Such is his frightful repute. But the fear simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal.
Okay, good sir. I will be happy to have your hale and hearty visage join us in this battle. And this NPC won't actually say anything. Instead, she'll bow and give us a gesture for it. You can miss that, so don't forget. First NPC on the left after you come in here, and you will find the polite bow gesture. You can miss it. Okay, I'm gonna explain our strategy, and then I'm gonna go introduce our new friend up there. So, like I was saying before, Redmane has 2 phases. He'll be on horseback for the first, and on foot for the second. The transition is pretty cool. I won't spoil it. It's the stuff of legends. But he'll be very mobile on horseback. Yeah, he'll be on horseback for the first phase, so he'll be very mobile. It'll be really hard for us to stack Poison Mist. We'll have to find a good opening, and hope it sticks. And I kind of describe him as like a flailing doll. He'll have 2 swords, 1 in each hand, and they're big chunkers. There are 2 methods you could go about it. You can either fight him on horseback, or you could fight him on foot. We're gonna fight him on foot, and the reason for that is because of the patch reducing Torrent's physical capability, so he can't really take attacks. You either need to use him to move around, or you need to be on foot. No exceptions. So if you need to get out of the way, that'll be where we hop on Torrent, and there will be a couple of attacks we've got to use our horse for. No exceptions. But you'll know when that is. Promise. Other than that, he's going to do spins and sweeps. If you stay under the horse's right back leg, I think, that should do it. I found fighting on foot was a lot easier personally. That's what most people say. So you're definitely not wrong. I was also an up-close Dex Bleed build, so I kind of had to be up in his business. Yeah, we have to, like, find a balance. If we are in his business, we need to be prepared to dodge, or we're likely getting OHKO'd, and that's not going to be fun. On top of that, in Phase 2, we'll have gravity sorceries to worry about. You'll see what I mean. But the big ones to watch out for are, like, the gravity rocks that home in on your position. Those are especially not fun. They will pull you. They might pierce your guard. Not fun. And for those who maybe haven't noticed, I'm using a sword in my left hand. It can block, but I have it set up to block. But a sword blocking isn't really going to do us much good. It's got a guard boost of 31, so if we actually block with it, we're getting our guard broke. And on top of that, it's only got like 20 or 40% mitigations in some areas, so the magic with mitigation might come in handy, but that might be about it. So we're not planning on getting hit whatsoever. Alright, good sir. Tell us who you are.
Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins.
So, this is Witch Hunter Jaren. That is his name. He'll introduce himself later, but I figured I would spare us the trouble right now. Yeah, his name is Jaren. He's important for our... Okay, we appear to not drop too many frames. That's good. You guys will have to let me know how the quality looks. I did have to drop the bit rate to 4500 4500 KB per second. So the visual quality will have gone down since the last time you observed. And apparently it did not solve our dropped frames. You might have to refresh your streams, folks. Don't you have the opportunity to engage with him later? We do. Also, the quality is fine. Thank you for letting me know. Since I have like a 1080p 60 FPS capture card, I can't go too low in terms of the bitrate. Otherwise, it's one, it's a waste, and two, it's not going to look very good. So I'm hoping that the frame drops are not going to be as bad today. Story time.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture. General Redmane is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog.
Cannibalism.
Howling at the sky.
Like a wolf.
But now, we must make merry.
O gathering of champions, the revels begin. The celebration of war. The Redmane Festival.
And yes, talking to Jaren will get you a gesture, so don't forget it. You can miss it.
You will find the field
I mean, you can't really miss it, but you know what I mean.
under the fort.
You might not even realize you get it.
Even now, divested of his wits, devouring corpses, and howling at the sky. You will find the field of battle past.
So, the gimmick with this fight is that it's a festival. All the NPCs we met back on the plaza, as well as like 6 others, and a very comical one to boot, have the opportunity to assist us. One of those is probably not going to, but I will let you figure out which one that is. But there are a lot. And basically, the idea is we're going to be using these summons to help make some quicker work out of him. We can fight him on foot. We can fight him by ourselves. And I will probably resurrect Redmane after we're done. That way I could show you what the fight is like by itself, without help. But for this first iteration, we're going to use the summons. They make life easier, especially if you're fragile, and maybe you've never fought him alone before. Upon coming out of the church door, will be a grace site. Go ahead and activate that in case you die. You really don't want to be coming back from the chamber outside the plaza to go to the battlefield. If you guys remember what I said about this sandy plain out here, this is what they were talking about. The fields of battle. How do we get there? Turns out there's a teleporter. There's a gate. We can use that gate to get there. Now, unfortunately, this is the part where I go silent, because I have a terrible time focusing on boss battles or intense fights and conversation. So I'll probably spot you guys chatting but I'm not going to be able to really answer questions too much. That's nothing personal. It's just kind of how it goes for FromSoft titles. I will see you guys on the other side of this waygate. Good luck. Good luck, me. I hope I don't need it. Oh, that was extremely fortunate. We'll be going to the dungeon on the edge of the battlefield at some point? Yeah. You know, as soon as I can stop, you know, messing up the dodge. Okay. Okay, got it. There's Patches. Watch what happens. We're gonna see a message. Or nope, yep, there he goes. Patches returned to his world. He's like, nope, F that S, I'm out. Patches is a coward. He is. So am I. So am I. That's fine. Cowards don't use poison to try to win matches. Whatever. We'll get him next time. Now that I'm not having to point Patches out to you guys, I can actually focus on what I'm supposed to do. We have a rune arc. Let's use it. Rip. The other guys weren't really taking aggro very well. That was because I summoned them in waves. And additionally, the player is evaluated very high in terms of aggro gen, so he was eventually going to come on us at some point. It's just a matter of when. Try to use the banners or debris. Yep, there we go. He's gonna what on us? I hope I didn't say something I wasn't supposed to. I think my mind was just on autopilot there. Okay, come on. That's twice I've ridden by. Also, there are more summon signs on the hill. He's gonna come on us at some point, and he... Yes. Come, as in the verb, not the noun. That's it. Breathe it in. Breathe in the poison. If I could get him to, like... stand still for just a moment. Oh, I didn't make any... Hold on. Nope. That might have been really bad. I need to, like, get out of here. Oh, that was nice. Trying to get... I have to go back. The reason I've got to go back is because I've got to craft something. Where is a branch when I need one? Yep, here it is. We're gonna lose the runes, but... Or we're gonna lose our arced buff, but we're not gonna lose our runes. I keep forgetting. With these bosses... With enemies in Elden Ring Reforged, I gotta mark them. I gotta put them in the codex. Or we're gonna have to do that on subsequent playthroughs. Thank you. Thank you for preventing my rune loss. I appreciate that. Alright, so... First, let's make one of those. And... let's make some marks. I assume I've got the material for it now. I'd be a little upset if I were incapable of making them. Yeah, here we go. 14 marks. All of that for 14 marks. Also, let's clean up our hot bar. Let's try again. After we've popped this. And once we get actually positioned in the fight, I'll activate Howl of Shabriri then. Gotta make sure I didn't miss anyone. You take less damage potentially by using poisoned arrows on Torrent from further away while the summons are up. Oh boy. Well, poison, yeah, I could do that. I could definitely do that. But, what I would then have to probably do, I can't even use Howl Shabriri now. That's fine. I'll just have to blaze past it. It's like the last... It's like the second spell. It's all good. Nothing to do but try again. But yeah, that is a thought. If I wanted to, I could switch over to Ranger, make sure I have the poison arrows, and fire away. Trying to do this with spells first. And really, it's just having to get set up with the NPC summons. If I weren't having to do that, I could probably just charge him straight up and deal with him that way. But no, you have nothing to apologize for. Ow. Come over here, big man. That was close. Oh, I got to deflect on that. That was good. I don't know how I avoided that, except through sheer dumb luck. Thank you, Theralina. We got the stagger. Alright, here's phase 2. Get ready. He's gonna do a meteor crash. We need to get over here by the coast. I'm waiting for those rocks to just go off. Dang it. That's okay. I really need to readjust the cerulean tiers. Let's go back to the rest site. I feel like I need one more flask somewhere. And then I won't have to worry about stepping in with a generator. We were close. And notice I pretty much parked. Probably need more mana. Exactly. Always need more mana. More FP. Gotta have good focus, my son. That would be the quote, wouldn't it? Alright, where... It's flasks. No, not flask charges. The idea is this just, you know, making sure we blow them out with poison and frostbite. Are we able... We can, I think, make a rune arc. We totally can. Let's make the second one. More health and better stats. Well, okay, that was infinitesimally tiny health, but meh. Could be worse. And I can't wait to try this fight solo. That's going to be a complete barrel of monkeys. An absolute barrel of laughs. Alright. Let's do this for Dawn. I blew my own cover. Oh, thank the Lord. Right, get toward the coastline. Quickly, come on, Torrent. Show him the meaning of speed. Okay. Really? I just chose the bad time to take a drink there. That was totally my fault. As soon as I saw the colored circles, I was like, oh, he's doing that. That was probably one of those moments where as soon as I saw him gallop away, I should have been on horseback. Redmane is not an easy customer. He's not hard, but he isn't easy either. You really kind of have to make sure you're paying good attention to what you're doing, or else you're not gonna make it. Granted, I could just be piling it all into sorceries. Like that's where my points are, is in int, but that's not really fun. And I want to showcase the power of Warlock on this fight. Ow. That was close. I forget. Can you summon the Spirit Ash? I probably can, and I didn't even think about it. I should do that. Oh, I actually cannot. At least not on foot. And no, I cannot do that at all. Give me just 1 second. Well, actually, I'm still in the midst of a fight. I do see that. You're fighting for your life against Radon. I'm terraforming. Equal levels of fear, right? Also, dang, seems like you should be able to. Since summons are the gimmick, I'm not surprised. He's getting ready. Alright, we got him. There's his great rune, and there is his remembrance. 74,000 runes. Grail gave more, but meh. Hell yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is what Radon was holding back, ladies and gentlemen. He was holding back a whole freaking meteor from and the stars from moving. His death is necessary for our plans. As sad as his death is. Alright. We're kind of going to leave Radon to the end, like the second round with no help. We're gonna fight him by our lonesome toward the end. Right now, let's assess the spoils and get ready for Redmane Castle proper and the dungeon.
I was waiting for you. Oh, what a sick way to fight, eh? The glory of the clash is shared by Radon and you. And did you see that afterwards? A falling star right before our eyes. I can't fathom how Radon was holding back something of that scale. He was a living legend if ever I saw one. And the path has now been cleared. To Nokran, where Rani's fate will be decided. Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. We'll take up our swords once more for Mistress Rani. Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth.
Okay, that's one of the NPCs. Where are you, Alexander? Right here.
Ah, hello there. It was a battle marvelously fought. You are well and truly a champion, friend. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock. One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out. After that, I hid like a coward. And as such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you.
You just did your best, bud. There's no shame. You're a jar. You're supposed to break.
But don't you think I've given up just yet. As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here. If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again.
Except he didn't. You see him fight the whole time. Exactly. Exactly.
Less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering, the greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet.
If only this fantasy land had cameras, Alexander, I would show you. I would show you how much of a non-coward you were in that fight. Well, we have yet another level to obtain. And I need to show off some things regarding this sandy landscape. First, let me show you what happens when you get a codex on a boss. Because that's a different procedure. Let's go to Redmane forces, I think. Star Scourge Radahn himself. Notice how there are different levels of entries. A unique boss automatically starts being filled out completely. So let's see what his health actually is. He has 15,110 health at this difficulty, 180 poise, 65,100 runes, and there's 10% more because we marked him. Regrettably, this is where I leave you. Need to try and sleep more. Talk at you later. Okay? Alright, thank you so much, Mr. Rowan Darcy, for stopping by. Glad you could be here for as long as you were able, and I'm glad you were able to witness the Radahn kill. We just lament that you will not be able to witness the second one, except by VOD if you are interested. And now we get to know his resistances for real. It's nice to be able to have an in-game way to confirm, and not just like, here's the metadata for this thing. I hope you get some good sleep, for what it's worth, Mr. Rowan Darcy. And I'll catch you later. So, red numbers mean that the boss is resistant by that much. They have that much negation. Green numbers mean they're vulnerable by that much. So, see, I think if I scroll it back up, if I go to Star Scourge Radahn, he was supposed to have 5% lightning resistance and no fire vulnerability. No. See, this is already where the codex is going to start to diverge, and we're going to have to seriously prioritize filling it, because otherwise I'm going to give you guys faulty information, and I don't want that. Not for any of us. So this is just a good case example of we need to fill out this codex. For status effects and resistances, his resistances make sense. They are at higher point values, but note that he's pretty much equal or vulnerable to everything, whereas I said before that it was like out of 240 or so. Yeah, having these numbers available to us makes things really easy to analyze. And of course, there's no loot table, because when you get to Star Scourge Radahn, he's already given you everything he's going to give you. So, now that we're here, let's level up. And before I demonstrate anything, let's go back and pick out our Remembrance reward. And if the Remembrance reward is something I want, if both rewards are something I want, then we're going to duplicate it first, before we actually get it.
You have returned.
Right. So the Remembrance is either a great sword or a great bow. Both of these are good. Let's read these. Curved great swords of black steel wielded by General Radahn. a pair of weapons decorated with a lion mane motif. Radahn earned considerable renown as the Star Scourge in his youth, and it is said that it was during this time that he engraved the gravity crest upon these blades. Unique skill, Star Caller Cry. Bring the two swords together and roar into the skies, pulling in enemies with a gravitational wave. Follow up with an additional input to slam down with gravity-infused swords. The follow-up attack fortifies the swords with stone, turning all attacks into strike damage and increasing poise damage. Neat. And the great bow of black iron wielded by General Radahn, decorated with a lion mane motif. Imbued with gravitational power of the Star Scourge, when used alongside Radahn's spear, it becomes the true weapon of a champion. Unique skill, Radahn's Rain. Archery skill performed from a low stance. Ready the bow and fire a sudden flurry of arrows up into the sky. The arrows will pour on foes like rain. So, the great bows in this game they can't be handled the same way as bows and crossbows. Where, like, bows and crossbows, and maybe crossbows more than bows, have effective fire rates for applying status. The great bows in this game are meant to punch through for massive damage and massive knockback. Knockback is the status. The poise break is the status. Get used to that. Most great arrows are going to either come in the form of a damage conversion, or, well, actually, that's pretty much all they're going to come in as a damage conversion. Either one of the physical ones or one of the elemental ones. And you're meant to use a great bow with the sort of accurate, damage split to take advantage of it. So if we go back, and look at our Radahn's spear, this is physical. You'd think it would be gravitational, but that's on the passive effect, not the active effect, if you'll notice. Great arrows used by General Radahn during the Festival of Combat. These are in fact the many spears with which he was stabbed by the Cleanrot Knights, imbued with Radahn's gravitational power. And they have a critical of 150, but most arrows have this critical chance, so not much to say other than that. Yeah, these are meant to have serious punch. Even the Golem's Great Arrow. The Golem's Great Arrow is better at breaking poise, but Radahn's Spear is just hefty, hefty, hefty. Instead of wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. Think of it like that. Now, the actual remembrance. We can pop it. Remembrance of Star Scourge Radahn, hewn into the Erd Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. The Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers, which he learned in Celia during his younger days. Also, he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. Yeah, I said he was on horseback. That thing couldn't support Radahn. Like, but here's the nice thing about Giga Chad Radahn is that he used gravitational magic so that all his horse would have to do is run. No lifting required. Radahn does that. It's great. And I think he was on horseback the full time, actually. Now that I've watched him move. He doesn't make those moves unless he's on horseback. Okay, so we're going to grab ourselves the Great Bow. We don't need to clone this one. We have a decent chance of using that one. Now, in terms of the equipment of champions, we can find Radahn's gear here. His gauntlets, his armor, his head. So, and this has changed as well. this didn't have an, in vanilla Elden Ring, this was just good defensive gear. You didn't need anything else. Here, this actually has an item set bonus. Helm of the Golden Lion with flowing red hair, worn by General Radahn. Let me scroll this back down. Radahn inherited the furious flaming red hair of his father, Radagon, and is fond of its heroic implications. I was born a champion's cub. Now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion. Increases the power of gravity sorcery and boosts maximum equip load. So wearing this armor means you're not going to be hindered as much, because gravity is helping to sort of, you know, help you along. It's just not been imbued with anything. And of course, we can buy his spears. We can buy like 600. They're 800 runes apiece. It's just fantastic. I wore this armor when I got the chance. We probably aren't gonna ever get to, unless we get to New Game Plus 7. But that is beside the point.
Now go forward.
The words of the fingers guide you. Yes, I know. I know. So now that we've done that, we actually need to go back and talk to Witch Hunter Jaren again. We're gonna keep this for the time being. Although I don't know why. We will be coming back here, I would say, within the last 30 minutes of stream, and sincerely attempting like round 2, because that's gonna be something else. And yes, I know about the cheese. You can cheese Radahn by standing on a tree trunk or on the tops of the tree branches. But I don't think we need to do that. Also, I teleported to the wrong place. And we could definitely tell that... What? Okay. Whatever... Oh, we have to leave this way. Or not. Alright, we'll go through the chamber then. Please don't make me, regret this. Game, let me be able to, like, reset it. Because there is an actual boss fight for the castle itself. It's just overwritten by the festival, so we can't grab anything. And, like, the spare buildings and stuff. Also, yes, there is an altar to the stars here, but there is no star shard here during the festival, and I'm not sure there is one outside of it either. Jaren, why did you lock us out? Don't do that.
The war festival has ended.
Brave champion, you have our gratitude. The celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased. Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honorable death. Finally, my work is done. I'm no longer bound to this fortress. I have a task in mind. Old business, you could say. You wouldn't understand. May we meet again, if the fates deign it. Brave champion. It's time I went on my way. May we meet again, if the fates deign it. Brave champion.
Yep, and we can't use those doors either. Unfortunate. We should be able to... It's either after we've talked to Jaren, or it should be another NPC somewhere in the courtyard. Or like a phantom in the courtyard that will let us, you know, reset it. Thank you again, Miss Theralina. I believe that is the name of that NPC there. The chanting is surreal, but I would like to get back to listening to Caelid's natural music. Also, we still have the task of... Now that we have that rune, we can go up to the Divine Tower of Caelid and actually, like, empower the Great Rune. Speaking of it, we never went over that. Let's go in. It is currently inactive. The Great Rune of the Shard-Bearer Radon, devoid of any benediction, seek the Divine Tower of Caelid, which stands upon the precipice at the Dragon Barrow's shore. It tells you where to go empower the Great Rune. Castellan Jaren. He will no longer be the Castellan when he leaves. Alright, we're gonna reset this again, and hope for the love of God I can reset Redmane Castle to be what it's supposed to be. Or it could reset on its own. Fantastic. Alright, so now that we've done that, I know we're kind of jumping around all over the place. Kind of bear with me a little, if you will. Well, actually, we can't even be jumping around. We gotta go back. Because we actually have to clear out the tower for real this time. The castle for real. Alright, let's get to it. Now we should have to worry about the reinforcements at the front gate. Yeah, look at that. Now you see why. We are dead. D-E-D dead. Capitals. Also, I've gone 2 hours without taking a commercial break. We are long overdue. The same time that we have a lot we're trying to do today. I don't know. I don't know whatsoever. But I guess what I'm going to do is go reclaim our runes. Thankfully, they were right at the campsite. And we're going to create 5 rune arcs. Pop 1. We're also going to store the remaining runes. And then we're going to take a 10-minute break, because we have not taken a break whatsoever, and I need to seriously stretch my legs. They're kind of screaming at me. So, for those who are not aware, I try to take a break about every hour. Since this is going to be a long break this time, I am going to go ahead and run a 3-minute ad. The cents I get do matter. It all goes into the pool for streaming equipment and stuff. So, my apologies for the ads. Really, I am. But, we'll be getting far fewer ads today than we normally would under different circumstances. So, feel free to get up, get a drink, get a snack. I may come back early. Try to be back somewhere between the 8 and 10-minute period. And with that, I will see you after this much-needed commercial break. My God, my legs are killing me. sorry about that, folks. I'm back. I did say somewhere between... I did say about 10 minutes. Unfortunately, I ended up having to have, like, a logistical discussion with the people in the house, and that took me a few minutes. I'm super sorry about that. Let's get back to it, shall we? So, what's on our list now? Well, we got a castle to carve through. And it's time to change our MO. Like, having these lightning spells is good, but we do not need Howl of Shabriri anymore. Instead, we're going to reconfigure ourselves so we're set up for success, as opposed to failure. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna pack a couple of generators, the ones that serve our build quite well. Then we're going to proceed to pack the usual suspects. What happened? Why are there 2 pages of spells? What the heck? Is that a second loadout? I don't know what's going on. We should have like 14 or... That's... Oh, it's because the hold on. It's because the generators gave us extra spells. That's right. It looked really weird. It's not a second loadout. It's just bleed over. I was getting excited over nothing. Absolutely nothing. So many nothings. Anyway, let's go ahead and set ourselves up for success. Status-inducing spells first. And then we follow up with finishers. We don't have any way to induce bleed yet. That's the one status we're not really going to be capable of doling out right now. On top of, obviously, sleep. Which is something that neither of them can... neither School of Magic is currently capable of doing, nor do I... Honestly, at this point, I'm not really sure either of the sources of magic will be able to do this. I honestly think that's something that's going to be relegated to swords, arrows, torches, and other on-use items. Let's see. Why not? We get boosts for doing this. And then we will grab the 2 finishers 2 or 3 finishers we really need. We should be good. Okay, that's everything. Alright, let's take it from the top. We're gonna have to time it so we jump when the, Never mind. That doesn't work either. The frames are right on transition and not at any other time. Oopsie. I'm not sure what to do there except to, like, make sure I'm not... Let's wait. Let's hold off on rune arcs. Just in case we die again. I was about to do it right there. And as you can see, there are some pretty far-reaching bolts. And is it just me, or do those have better tracking than I think they do? Well, I can tell you the hitboxes on that are spheres. They're not circles, they are spheres. Alright, we're gonna have to figure out... Nice. I think I have to go on... No, we can't go on foot. We have to go on horseback. There's no other way. I didn't think my actual real boss would be, I don't know, the Ballistae. I'm determined to show you how to do this if you're trying to, like, go a certain direction. Yeah, look at how far back they actually track. Wow, nice roll. I should have just stayed right there and got up naturally. I feel as though I don't know what to think, but I know what I feel. And what I feel is that this is designed to no longer be permissible from horseback. We're gonna find out. Yeah, you have no time to double back. You have no time to dodge. Torrent can't really take any hits. I'm not sure what to do about this. I feel like we're gonna have to do something a little bit like that. Alright. As soon as we get off to the side, we should be good. Alright, now let's pop one. These guys are fairly vulnerable to madness, so we can use that in our favor. The madness proc does deal X. That is a nice icon. It's the purple flame that's being ticked up, or that has an up arrow on it. It's the last icon. That's a nice icon. Frenzied Burst is going to be our friend here. Being able to sort of, like, drain status off very quickly, while also not... Oh, hi. Being able to drain status off very quickly without getting impacted by it ourselves is going to be a huge boon. It's just, a Frenzy Burst is an amazing spell. People should definitely be using it. Now, the guy back there, the one that kept, like, popping in and out, he has a tower shield, so we can just use Hone Bolt to get around it. Even getting blocked by the banner... That still managed to get him where we needed to get him at. It was just fantastic. You know what I'm thinking? We have the Azures and Azures and Lusat's staves. Are there any seals like that for incantations? I don't know if there is. I would be interested to see if that ends up being a DLC item, or if we have to come up with some version of that ourselves. Because it would be nice to have something like that for incantations high. So now we can take this front path and be perfectly fine. Just got to bear in mind that if you get too far away, that those ballistae and that catapult will totally lock in on our position and unfurl fiery projectiles at us. See? There's There's a short-range ballista parked right here. You blew up your own men. What does that say about you? That is unfortunate. But eventually you can just get through. Hi. And I see you have a trumpet. Let's not even think about blowing for assistance, okay? One nice thing you can do with any kind of battlefield equipment is you can totally punch it. Or otherwise, like, beat it up for FP if you need it. Don't underestimate having a free FP recharge in the form of semi-indestructible equipment. What the hell? He just jumped on the freaking ground and died. Oh, that's gotta get a clip. That's gotta get a clip, ladies and gentlemen. He just jumped down and died. Fantastic. And watch as Twitch is unable to integrate the clip. That's also gonna be bad. Needless to say, he was supposed to have taken his sword and lit it ablaze. Light it ablaze? Yeah, something like that. Didn't work. And I didn't get the chance to tag him either. Really sad. Hi, yes, I know you're back there. I think we can probably... that's really, really weird. I don't know if we need the stamina recovery speed, so... And it's not like a contested except in combat, as stamina and FP regen are sort of endless when you're not in combat. Well, not FP, but you know what I mean. You can't really spend stamina unless you're in combat. It's a nice change, but it's kind of hard to tell that... It's kind of hard to tell unless you're fighting a dummy or something. These should just be normal taggable foot soldiers. Same with these bats. We've already tagged these. All that should be left is to tag and kill the other stuff in here. I think we need to tag the pages as well. Like I said, I only got about 8% done prior to this week's Elden Ring Reforged stream. And I wish there were a way to, like, check the codex. You know, like how many kills you have left to go before resting, but this is a FromSoft title. You're gonna have some amount of plunk. That's right. You just stay right there. A leap of faith. Oh, what's this clip? Thank you for the clip, by the way. Having Ah, this is the troll falling down and dying. Thank you. Appreciate that. That is a very rare instance. Well, I guess it's actually an increasingly common instance of enemies just falling down. How is everyone, not to transition that so quickly, but I am curious if everyone is liking the gameplay so far. I'd like to think I'm not necessarily the best person at gameplay, but I don't think I'm the worst either. I mean, I'm not a first-timer, so I do have a bit of a polished skill set, but I'm not a speedrunner, I'm not a hitless challenger, I am none of those. I can get that good eventually, but that kind of stuff takes time, and it really takes time to get right. But that is the kind of proficient skill I want to be able to show you all eventually, that if you really take the time to learn the game will reward you. It won't reward you that much. It's a FromSoft title, but you do get a personal sense of satisfaction with system mastery. And that's true for any game. And that's the reward in and of itself. It's fun to watch, as always. One of the reasons why I picked it. Action platformers or action RPGs tend to do well on Twitch, with some exceptions. Even Skyrim, which is an action RPG by its very definition, still manages to captivate some Twitch audiences, but Skyrim is kind of an aging game. It's really hard to sit through someone's stream of it unless it is interesting. I should say it's that hard. It all depends on who the streamer is. I think Lobos might have done it a few times. Gopher's done it a few times. I'm not sure I ever tagged you, good sir. There we go, we got the stagger. Yeah, they must have still been knights. Even the great knights, I'm guessing I've already tagged. It's kind of hard to tell. Sometimes it bleeds together. It'd be nice, and maybe I'll put this as a suggestion, in like the feedback and suggestions forum, that if there was a way to give like a little tiny indicator next to the name to let you know that, hey, you've tagged this thing, that would be good. I don't want it to come up with a pop-up of what it's weak to. Soulsborne games are not about that, and even with Elden Ring being a quote-unquote different beast, there are still some core Soulsborne fundamentals that I think should apply, and one of that is sort of minimalistic UI. Like, there's a reason why, you don't have massive number loadouts. You don't have actual number, like, you have numbers, but like it's all tucked in, right? There aren't like just floating numbers in the screen you're having to keep track of. This isn't Final Fantasy, this isn't Final Fantasy 14, this isn't World of Warcraft, this isn't Terra, this isn't an MMO. It's none of those. It's not Smite either. Where those floating numbers are useful. You don't want that in this kind of game where you need to be able to see every inch of what is going on. Even my camera. Like, other than when I pop the rune arc, it's kind of hard to tell that I have a great rune active, but I do have one. And if anyone asks, I'm more than happy to say, yeah, I've got a great rune on right now. But outside of that singular instance, where I've got my camera, even my camera is placed in such a way as to respect. How dare you? I try to place my camera in such a way that I think it'll respect both you and myself in terms of the viewing experience. If I were someone who was watching this, I would want the camera to kind of be out of the way, right? Because you guys want to see me hacking things to shreds. You want to see me casting spells. You want to see the big incoming attack. You don't want to see me waving at you on screen. Now, granted, some people do. And of course, I'm always thankful to those that are. But this is an action RPG. People come here and people find it fun to watch because they can see the action. Because they know everything that's on the screen at any given time. And it might not be... You might have a hard time seeing me, but my face is and should be secondary to the viewing experience. Like, I could turn off my webcam for a similar effect. I could just hide it. Of course, I know some people do like to see my face. So I'm trying to find a good balance. As always, that's the... As I tell my friends and my family, balance is the 7-letter B word for me. It's not bastard. Oh, that's a different 7-letter B word. But balance. It's like finding just the right setup to really highlight the game. That's what I try to focus on. And I'd like to think I've been successful with that for Grim Dawn on YouTube. I finally found a place to put the camera that's semi-innocuous. I found a place to put the camera in Elden Ring Reforged, and I find a fun place to put the camera in Blasphemous. I could just cover the portraits of the character or the rune icon. Those things almost never change, and when they do, I can do this. I can remove it so you can see it. It's easy. Alright, Paige. Maybe I'll start calling you Paige from now on. And it's a double entendre, because people won't know if I'm referring to the name Paige with a G-E, or Page as in like a page or squire or something. Now, of course, these guys are pages, like pages out of a book, but it's a double entendre. And the mark just wore off. Okay, so you know when it fades. That's good. Good to know. Now, I heard something move. I don't know if anyone else heard, like, the rattle of chainmail, but I did. In the midst of my talking, and, that was not a fun sound to try to guess. Especially because you can't tell where it's coming from, other than outside this building. Now, since we're going through Redmane Castle proper, allow me to show you the piece de resistance of what I'm talking about. This is what we were hearing. I knew I was hearing chains, or chainmail, but I didn't think it would be these. As soon as I hit one, the other is gonna aggro. There is nothing we can do about that. It's just gonna be a nightmare. These Leonin warriors are going to harass us dearly. Make us pay for the privilege of being able to attack them. Imagine trying this as like a caster. That's right. I would like to be able... That's not gonna work. And they can and will reset if you let them. Oh, that still managed to hit him. Interesting. Some people would call this cheese. I call this working smart, not hard. Come on, get poisoned. Thank you. Can you pet him? I wish. If we could, we'd probably, you know, get bit. You might be able to, like, hit him, but pet him? No, probably not. See what I mean? These things are really fast. You can, like, deflect them, but it's hard. You gotta get, like, an exact timing down. Come back here. I realize this looks cowardly and probably not very entertaining. I do apologize for that. But I like to keep my flasks intact. And besides, our poison's still having to, like, tick for a long time to even do any work. Like, how much they move around, it's barely doing anything. It's like tickling. This thing lasts for, like, approximately 16 seconds. And we can hardly get... I'm not sure I'm gonna even be able to attack this one. I'm gonna try. Gonna do my best. Oh, did that seriously, like, get stopped at the door? Alright, we gotta figure out something fast. That is the wrong one. Alright, we've got him. One quick spell should do it. Now we get to do that again. Only I don't have to worry about tagging him this time. Yeah, those things aren't fun. I didn't like them in base Elden Ring. I don't like them now. But they're fine. They're a fun enemy to watch. Let's keep going. Come here. Come here, pretty kitty. That's right, get stuck on the brazier. Oh, well. It was fun while it lasted. Ajani Goldmane, move over. Meet Elder Lions. And not the Brotherhood of Steel kind. Magic the Gathering did Ajani Goldmane, Chase Bellerin, and Nissa Ravane very dirty, and I will never forgive them for that. They had no business tampering with those Planeswalker storylines. But that's Wizards of the Coast for you. And yes, I do like Magic the Gathering, I just don't talk about it that much. Don't block me! But what can I do? I haven't been invested in Magic the Gathering for a little over a year. So you went and took it out on a random, I can't believe you went and took it out on a random Scarab Lion. Like, I'm gonna die. Let me get this easier target. Ow. That hurts. Yeah, these things do hit pretty hard, by the way. Just throwing that out there. I'm sure if I got a chance to deflect the blow, I might be able to get an attack in edgewise. But I would much rather just stay in here and not get my butt beat, really. Why are you over there? That's right, come back here. There is a very slight tick of poison, but we need to keep it going. And these are the kind of enemies that really run you out of flasks, like really fast. Come on, I'm out here. Okay. Guess we're doing it like this then. Yeah, we were lucky to have... Well, I mean, we basically got no flasks left. These guys are not fun. There's a reason why I like to cheese them from range whenever possible. If I had a shield, I'd feel a little better. But that isn't really what we're going for with this build. You can wear a shield. The shield I recommend is one with any amount of high guard stability. We have a quality shield we can use. Great shields are almost always going to be better for us if we're trying to, like, face tank anything. But I really don't recommend that you do any face tanking with this kind of build. Of any kind. I wonder if they probably used those guys in, like, field experiments. The Elder Lions, if I had to peg a guess. Ah, so I never knew what to call those. I guess we're gonna call them, like, bloody putrid flesh? Just flesh crawling on the ground. Sure, why not? This is the Japanese translation manual, after all. We can thank Evidian for all of that, along with, like, the other people who helped, I guess. But Evidian is the person I know who sat there and fiddled through the logs to find it. In here, these lovely kitty cats were totally guarding the Armorer's Cookbook 4. Let's take a moment and preview what the Armorer's Cookbook 4 and 5 give us. Armorer's Cookbook 4 and 5. Redmane Fire Pot. We'll go over that in a moment. And immunizing cured meat. And white cured meat. Two recipes. Two recipes for the same thing. One uses, like, normal meat, and the other uses white flesh, or strip of white flesh. Basically, are you fighting normal creatures or sea creatures? Sea creatures, like turtles and serpents, or crabs, drop the strips of white flesh. Creatures like deer or bears drop the other, or wolves drop that kind of flesh. That's really about the only difference. And both of them are more or less used identically in ERR. In Elden Ring, I believe you can only use certain types of meat for certain kinds of recipes. And they didn't always have a cured version, or a white version, and a normal version. I'd have to go back and look again at the entries, but I'm fairly sure there's at least a couple that have the designation, you can only use strips of white flesh for this. But I'm going to be careful about saying things that I'm not 100% sure on. If you ever want to know more information, please take it with a grain of salt, but you can go visit the Fexter Wiki or the Wiki of Fandom pages for Elden Ring at any time. A Google search will pull them right up, and you'll get all the information you could ever possibly want. Now, for those who are thinking, how are we going to get that gate open? Because that is one thing we want to do, is we want to open that gate. I believe the method for opening that gate sits up there somewhere. There should be a lever we can pull. That'll open that gate for us. And if not, we don't need it. We don't need it whatsoever. We can just travel in through the back, and we also have all these rest sites already set up for us. Trying to bear in mind the time. At 3:30, I wanted to demo the Redmane fight again, but without summoned assistance this time. Well, come here then. Unless you want to go mad. Why are you walking over there? The combat was over here. I swear, Elden Ring AI is sometimes like Skyrim AI, where there's like this skit. Maybe a couple of years ago, I was watching like a Skyrim skit where it's like, here's the Dragonborn. That's the term given to the player character. They're always referred to as the Dragonborn. And it's like the typical Nord warrior with a bow. That's sort of the picturesque representation of him. And the skit shows the Dragonborn sneaking through like a cave. And there's like a mage that's standing on guard. And the Dragonborn shoots him in the eyeball. And the arrow's sticking out of his eye. Something else that's hilarious. And the AI, the mage, goes searching around for like 2 to 5 minutes. And then immediately goes back to doing whatever it is they were going to do. Standing guard, basically. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Because, in my mind, if I were shot in the eyeball, first I'd be in the emergency room or dead. 2, even if we accounted for the high fantasy, that is Skyrim, and like the Elder Scrolls games in general, if someone shot me in the eye and I wasn't sure they were dead, I wouldn't go back to things feeling hunky-dory. No, I'd be on high alert permanently. And Skyrim doesn't have like a heightened up permanent high alert state. If something resets, it resets. Up here will be a item guarded by a Mad Pumpkin. Mad Pumpkin Ogre. We're just gonna poison them. We might be able to use the... Yeah, we might be able to use this to our advantage. Look at this. We've got this guy on lock. He's like stuck. He's not quite there. He's not quite falling. Oh, never mind. I guess you were gonna make me do this legitimately, huh? There we go. I'd like to keep you in that grating, please. That was nice. When I can get them stuck in routine behavior like that, I'd do it. Makes our lives incredibly easy. And we're just gonna... No, I don't want to descend. I could barely, like, pick up the item. If I push too hard, we're gonna take damage. I know I can get this item. There we go. We just had to stand on top of the ladder there. Okay. Well, we get a flamberge. Great, cool. As well as some smithing stones. But the real prize is sitting at the top of this tower, if my memory serves me correctly. Like this battlement. Or this part of the battlement. Shouldn't be anything on the other side. Never mind. I take it back. Oh, smithing stone 5s are great. Yeah, I think that was the real prize, ladies and gentlemen. We can't go up there to the tippy top. That would be, like, inside the tower. So we're gonna have to settle for doing that. But trust me, the smithing stone 5s and 6s are very much worth our time. A lot of our gear requires, like, the 5s and 6s at this point. So just having it on tap is a good idea. Also, we have to go back down the ladder. I think we're making good time. We're 2 hours and 54 minutes in. We're 2/3 of the way to clearing out the castle. We don't have that much left to do. And then after the end, we'll have like half an hour to go through the... I take that back. I'm forgetting something. That something is, we have the boss to kill. That might eat up the rest of our remaining time. We'll see. This will be kind of hard in vanilla. You can get Frenzied Burst by this point, but it's definitely not easy. Look at that range. These are like notched dragon cannons. Something like that. Did you just duck? I didn't think they could duck just now. He, like, came out of the cannon and did this. Which is just hilarious. Alrighty, so we have the room where the grace site is. We could teleport here at any time, so we could have broken up this trip however we like. But I like coming in through the front. It showcases the whole castle instead of just the back half of it. But in ERR, you can totally just do that. It's completely fine. Nice. Wow. That guy just, like, turned around... and he managed to make his mark. If only I were so lucky as to be able to do that. If I did that in real life, I would just trip. Mad props to you, warriors. At least one of you managed to get through his training. How's the audio? Because of the voice meter reset shenanigan I had to deal with, I definitely know there's a bit of fuzziness. It's very slight. It's hard to tell, but you can tell. My voice is, like, dulled out a little bit. And I could fix it by tinkering with voice meter. That is something I can do, but I would obviously like to do that off camera, but it would be nice to know if anyone else detects, like, a slight fuzziness to my voice. No one's obligated to answer. Hi. Yeah, these are the abductor virgins. Oh, one arm on each? That's pretty cool. I forgot that detail. Okay, sir, good sir or ma'am, or unigendered machine. Well, come here then. Wow, they decided to just move forward with that? Okay. Oh, that was close. These machines are incredibly vulnerable to lightning, by the way. If you pack Lightning Spear, you're gonna do great. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Nothing back here. Yeah, there's like an unused space right here. This is where the abductor virgin crawls out of, but I really feel like this could be a missed opportunity. There's definitely some room for an item back here. Maybe like a smithing stone or something else. It shouldn't be incredibly big, but like a nice, here's an extra resource. And at the end of this is where the red hot wet blade is. The wet blades all impart or allow you to impart various affinities on items or on normal equipment. If it's as long as it's not tied to specific Ash of Wars, like you have better affinity access. Let's read the item and you'll better understand what I'm talking about. So, our lovely item grants choice of affinity upgrade to weapon. When applying an affinity using physical or flame type Ashes of War, an additional affinity of fire or flame art can be chosen. I don't know about flame art, but I do know fire is like non-scaling fire damage. Flame art might be like scaling fire damage. Hi. I like Honed Bolt for anyone who's carrying a shield. Absolutely anyone. Also, other than the 199 drop frames, things have actually been good today. So maybe I found, like, where the excess overhead is coming from. It just took me, like, sincerely figuring out the OBS settings. Streaming is a bit of a learning curve, guys. It really is. Like, if you're thinking of doing this yourself, I highly recommend you, like, go do some Googling. Go watch, like, your favorite YouTuber or, like, a YouTuber who is known for explaining this stuff and really just have a sit down and watch. It's quite the enlightening read and or watch. It really is. You're guarding. I'll show you that that's meaningless. The lever should be somewhere up here. Okay. Let's get that ready. And this. There we go. Get that before it drops. Well, for the record, I am glad some folks think that Elden Ring is fun to watch, and that makes Elden Ring Reforged fun to watch by definition. But I know my commentary can get stale, especially because it kind of feels like we're just faffing about, right? Make sure I haven't missed a chat message. Doesn't look like it. I'm gonna try refreshing activity feed. I really am quite paranoid about that stuff. I do my best not to screw up on reading messages, but sometimes your tech just doesn't update you. It doesn't let you know. You don't get to know. You have to, like, open up a separate panel and really just look at the individual chat logs to see what's there. And that's kind of hard to do. That's right. Come across the bridge. I like how he got a roar off, which didn't do any damage, but it did stagger me. Also, if you're wondering why I'm preferring Honed Bolt now, it is because Honed Bolt deals extra damage in the rain. I believe electricity or any sort of lightning damage is 10% more effective in rain, and fire damage is 10% less effective in rain, so it's just a weather effect you gotta keep in mind. I believe that's true even for ERR. I don't think that's been modulated, because it's just a small modifier. I thought there was a lever up here. Maybe I didn't go far enough? Okay, this is a curious mystery. Ah, we've ended up back here, have we? Maybe if we just keep going, we'll find something? Nah, because this is where the path normally terminates. Even if I, like, use some camera trickery to see over the side, there's nothing there. Like, whatsoever. And the gate we want to open is over that way. I am unsure. Maybe we have to defeat the boss to open it up? Are we capable of making that drop? Maybe if I do it like this? Yeah, that actually works. Okay. Nothing off to the right. Alright, so before we defeat the duo boss that is here, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. This one's going to be a short intermission. I would say less than 3 minutes. So if you need to go use the bathroom yourself, I highly recommend you do so. I will see you guys after this small break. I am back. Sorry about that. Before I begin, I want to thank everyone so much for stopping by. We had a good bit of chatter today. I really appreciate that. We also had an unfortunate bot who decided to advertise advertising services. That's basically what they did. So, we got all kinds flowing through here. Admittedly, it is quiet most of the time. If you guys like the content, I highly recommend leaving a follow, making sure your notifications are set to on. or all. That way, if you have any content that you're like keeping track of, like you really like Elden Ring content, I do it every Sunday. It's supposed to be 1 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I can be late by as much as 1 hour, but I typically try my best not to be. If you guys don't want to miss that stuff, please leave that follow. I'm going to do this whether or not anyone likes it, but normally I use follows as a sort of indicator on how much of my stream schedule should I let a game take up before moving on. If just nobody likes it. Other than that, I'll do any of the more direct shilling at the end, but for right now, I want to focus on Twitch. I currently stream on here 2 days a week, Sunday and Wednesday. I normally try to stream 3, but with my school schedule being what it is, I can only manage 3 stream days, and I really like my time on YouTube. I do like my Friday YouTube streams, and that is YouTube exclusive content. So Twitch folks, if you want to be watching Grim Dawn or like a post-apocalyptic Diablo looter type game, like a hack and slash, head over to Swirling Vortex 09. Like, do the YouTube search. Or, I have a link to that on my Twitch page. You can go look at it. I also have a link to VODs as well. And you can find that stuff on my Linktree link too. I do have one set up. I highly recommend perusing all the links. It is definitely worth your time. I just have to come up with some better incentives for the paid material. Right now, I don't think they're very good. I just kind of have them there as a framework. But today's boss is a duo boss, other than Radon, of course. Here we will have Elden and Misbegotten, and we will have a Crucible Knight. It'll be a twofer special, and these are both bosses we've fought before. Crucible Knights have 2 phases. They have and these are going to be the great shield bearing Crucible Knights. They have a part where they're on foot, and then they have wings that they will occasionally use, along with their big tails. Elden and Misbegotten don't have 2 phases, but they're much faster throughout. It's definitely not going to be easy to fight it. It's easier to show rather than tell, and with our build, we may find ourselves a little bit lacking in terms of range or options, but we'll see. We also have help. We can use help to make this go by faster. See on the other side of this fog wall. Again, as a reminder, I don't normally talk during boss fights, with some exceptions depending on what it is. But yeah, see on the other side. Oh, come on. And random gravity rocks? That's new. I think I'm dead. Yeah, I am. Okay, that I did not know about. Good to know. Also, we don't want to be in here. I just realized. Like, trying to stand in here and do what I just did, it is not good. Like, at all. That's okay. We have enough rune arcs. Let's just keep trying. Let's change up the summon as well. Nice roll catch. Nice. Thank you. Oh, that was not worth the price of admission, folks. That was 19k souls. Or runes, excuse me, runes. 19k runes, and for what? Stale bread and moldy rags. Am I right? Or am I right? Anyway, that is Redmane's castle. We have approximately 13 minutes to try to go through the nearby tomb over here before attempting Redmane. I don't think we're going to get to the mark that we're wanting to get to today. So instead, what I'm going to do is we're going to change builds. With solo play, we just need to do something different. Incantation, we're not going to have time to build up incantations. We're going to need to do, we're going to need sorceries. We need the range, in other words. Luckily, we already have a build. It's just a matter of staying the course. We just have to change your fortune and change your spells.
Share them with me.
And then after that, depending on how long the second coming of Redmane takes us to kill, I may have to go back and, go back to the Divine Tower of, Caelid to get Empower our rune before the day is done. Alright, let's switch our fortune. Let's go for the, Wizard fortune. And then for our spells, he is normally like vulnerable to frostbite. So we're gonna focus on using our generators in order to take advantage of the fact that he is neither vulnerable nor resistant to frostbite. We're also going to pack magic glint blade so that we have something else we can do if we can't get any damage in. And magic glint blade will help us in the event that, you know, he's just too mobile. Does not allow us the time in order to go through the motions of Ancient Death Rancor. Let's also take off these marks. We don't need them now. We know everything we need to know for Radahn. Despite the fact that we are using sorceries, it is worth knowing that we have a codex. If you want to, like, fight him again... Oh, and I need to, like, resurrect Radahn and not just, like, go off to his base, I guess. Making sure I don't miss anything in particular. Okay, I'll take a look at that later. My lovely sibling sent me a video containing information about Twitch VODs. And how basically Twitch does not promote them, like, at all. They just sit there, and stay in storage. So, if you guys want to, like, look at the VODs for this, they're gonna be on Swirling Vortex 09 VODs. Now, I need to go through and just enable the episodes that I don't need to edit. I might enable them all and edit later, because I'm gonna be a pretty busy person. I don't exactly have the time to make edits, and when I do have free time, I don't want to spend it editing. I would like to be able to relax. But I know that that's the hallmark of someone who is streaming seriously, who's doing content creation seriously. It's a full job, right? So I don't know. Mr. Star Scourge Radahn does at least not resist our magic damage. And in terms of statuses, 2% plus 10 damage. Yeah, you can kind of tell that Scarlet Rot is going to hit this guy hard. And look at those, look at that Death Blight resistance. 10 buildups required? That's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous, but whatever. Alright, let's resurrect Star Scourge Radahn. That is at least like 63k runes that we don't have, that we didn't have before. Someone pinged me, and I do not know who they are. So I will respond to that after stream. Alright. So, Radahn 2.0. Let's go to the battlefield approach. I don't believe we have to sit through talking to Jaren again. I think we can just call the elevator and do that. And we're going to fight him solo this time. I believe some of the summon signs actually disappear too, so we don't even have, like, the full arsenal available to us. And I've only come with the sorceries that I will personally be able to use. Now, when you're fighting Radahn alone, it's completely different than when you're fighting him with a group. Fighting alone, you know when his movements are going to be, you know how close you need to stick to him. It's going to be a completely different rodeo. Trust me, you'll see. I'll see you guys on the other side of the fog gate. It's nice to know those summons are there. If I need them, I'll use them. Like, I'd like to show everything off and not have him gatekeep it. Nice. See what I mean? Tough customer. Whether you're fighting him together or alone. Luckily, our build does not need... doesn't need like a breakpoint for Howl of Shabriri. We can just respawn from the stake. Totally fine. We'll have less health, but we don't need the rune arcs to do what we've got to do. And we were already about... we were about a third through that fight. Phase 2 is going to be harder than Phase 1. He just throws more stuff at you. Yeah, you can't fight in the way I'm doing it. You've got to get close. But you also have to get away when he's creating space. This is the part where we might need horseback. Oh, those corkscrews are... You definitely want a horse for phase 2. You definitely want a horse for phase 2. At least for some of it. You kind of have to switch on and off. Phase 1 seems okay. Phase 2 is a little tricky. Like I said, I totally did not want to waste resources. If we had more FP, it might hurt less. Just saying. See you and good luck. Oh, sorry, I completely missed that. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much for stopping by. Glad you can join. Thank you for the good luck. And yeah, get some sleep. I hope you get good sleep anyway. I totally messed that up. I believe he's gonna switch back to his bow now. Or he's gonna ride his horse. Sure. Yeah, horseback is really dangerous. If you're fighting on horseback, you need to fight on horseback. If you're not fighting on horseback, you need to not be fighting on horseback. But it's weird. ERR definitely highlights some of the inconsistency and FromSoft's design of boss fights. It becomes more apparent the more it's tinkered with. Let's do this again. Yeah, see? Get clipped by the rocks. I want to be out of the rocks. Out of the rocks. I wish I could be out of them, but I cannot. You gotta roll. You have to roll through stuff. Because of the way tracking works, you just cannot. At some point, you cannot roll away. You have to roll into the attack so that you have, so that your infinitesimally smaller iframes can last through the attack. The inclination, the instinct, is to roll away at all times. Something that you get beaten into you during Dark Souls and in Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 to some lesser extent. Doesn't work. Gotta dodge into stuff to actually dodge it. Yeah, I should not have jumped there. I should have rolled. I would say, it is definitely a harder fight with him one-on-one. Like, if you wanted the true let me solo her experience, this is how you get it. This is what you do. And this is what I will have to do for hitless challenges when I get ready to do them. And I will have to figure out how exactly I need to avoid all those mechanics in a way that I do not, like, tarnish it in the name of using summons. I don't know if all bosses will be possible with this. Nice. Nice conal AoE. I like how that is an auto kill for the horse. Too late. Stay on foot now. Too late to try and, I do have to use my deflex. Come on. I'm just not getting that dodge timing right. That was really close. I'm sort of glad that I am not... I'm sort of glad that I did not go to phase 2 with that few flasks. Using generators on Radon is also tough. And just like the... We don't have any real recovery. We do have the meat dumplings, but we can't make the meat... Well, we should be able to make the meat dumplings. Let's see. No. We don't have any ability to do that. So, we're kind of stuck. He's a different customer, ladies and gentlemen. But he's not hard. He's a fair customer. I just have to be better. And I'm fairly happy ending on tonight's... ending like this tonight. Because I want to... Radon is a good enough fight that he's worth doing it this way. Nice. Alright, get on foot, fight him that way. Nice. Yeah, that was bad. That was just a bad attempt. I should not have been drinking there. I should have been running. Well, I mean, we've had a number of these kinds of fights before, where there really isn't much to talk about. I've already kind of demoed all the particular reasons why this is bad. Why, you know, fighting him this way... Well, I mean, if you're a hitless challenger, you have to fight him this way. You don't get a choice. But... for anyone else, or especially for like first-timers who are maybe not used, especially if you're coming straight into the mod and you're not coming into this from, you know, prior Elden Ring experience, if you're not coming into this with prior Elden Ring experience, definitely don't fight him this way. There is no shame in using assistance in order to like beat the fight. Do that rather than frustrate yourself over a legitimately hard boss. But if you think this is bad, just wait until Radagon shows up. Radon will look like a pittance compared to his daddy. No, I should have been ready to deflect that. He is a tough customer. I keep saying the same things over and over and over, but... and so I have to find something else to say. So, let me start with the question then. Does anyone else, or did anyone else ever fight a boss like this in any game? I don't care what game it's from. It could be like a Galaga boss, for all I care. But did anyone else ever have something that they were fighting, a boss or a difficult challenge or something that they had to overcome? How long did it take you? And how did you feel after overcoming it? For me, that's probably like... Dark Eater Midir took me a long time. That's Dark Souls 3, by the way. That is a boss. He took me like over 131 kills to get consistently. That does also include like the first time. Like the first time attempt. I rolled at the wrong time. If I need to, I will kill him off camera, so we can demo the tomb. Also, speaking of which, speaking of like tombs and towers. This should probably be like the last attempt before moving to the Divine Tower. That way we can quickly clear that out. But Radahn is a tough customer. He means business. And also, he's got the high ground to start with. You kind of want to get like a dune between him and you if you can help it. That attempt didn't go very well. It has to be enough. It has to be enough. It'll have to do. And this is what fighting an MMO boss feels like, by the way. I've had the fortune and misfortune of raiding in my lifetime, and the experience is very much like this. You'll have attempts where you get really close, and then you have setbacks because the pressure and the stress have already gotten to you. You are already compromised. There is no, oh, well, it's really so close. No, you can't even think like that. You can't even think like that. That's just going to get you crushed. You just have to keep trying. No matter what the progress looks like, no matter what the setbacks look like, you just gotta keep going. Sometimes you do have to change things up. Sometimes you could be trying something and trying something and trying something and trying something, and eventually you do have to realize that your tactics just aren't working, and you just have to switch. There's no, there is nothing you can do without changing something as a result. Like, beating your head on a brick wall is something you get used to when you're raiding. It is also something you get used to in a Souls game, but you have to realize when it's tough. It's really tough to realize when you are just beating your head on a wall for no reason, or if you need to, if we're gonna, like, use magic, you know, maybe we should go back to the way things were before with, like, you know, our int at like a 64 or 62. Maybe do that. But, I'm determined to do things this way. So now that our Great Rune is restored, what do we get for it? A Great Rune of the Shardbearer Radahn. Its blessing raises maximum HP, FP, and stamina. Radahn was amongst the children of Renala and Radagon, who became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. The Great Rune burned to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. As you can tell by, you know, the red fire flickering throughout. Interesting. Okay, well, we're here. I did mention we would have, also, I like how we're essentially standing on a dead, like, two fingers here. So our next episode, we should talk about it. We should, like, wrap up, and I'll probably, like, clean up Radahn off camera so that we are ready to, like, do the cleanup for next episode. I will resurrect him again, and we will beat him without the aid of summons. He is that good of a fight. I want to showcase him, but we will have to pay better attention to if his resistance is, say, minus 10% to fire. We should probably pack either magma sorceries, or we should be packing our fireballs and stuff. That'll be more useful for us in the long term. But let's go to the battlefield approach, as I have to, like, get ready to clean this up. So what I'm gonna do, I didn't get the chance to clean up this episode, but that's okay. I usually like having a whole episode dedicated to cleanup. I don't like bundling it all. I don't like bundling it in one episode and doing it in another. I like things to be nice and clean, and easy to digest. So that's going to be what we do for next time. Next Sunday, we're going to be exploring. There's a tomb that's somewhere over here. That's where we want to be going. And then after that, I'll have the items marked where we're kind of supposed to go. And if I can, I'll try to work on polishing up the codex in the meantime, but I don't make any promises on that. I have exams this week. I've got hefty labs and a lab presentation about 3 weeks from now, so I already have to be thinking about all of that fun stuff, fun college stuff. So I want to thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Today was good. Today was really good. Speaking of really good, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to do a raid right now, but what I am going to recommend is that you guys go check out Couch Jockey. Why, you might ask? He's only the father of the Magic no-hit run, or hitless runs. But on top of that, he's part of the team for the Convergence, Elden Ring Convergence. And they're working on pre-alpha stuff right now. So, like, a lot of stuff is polished. If you want to see that game, that mod, check it out. It'll be very worth your time. And I'll probably be in there after I do some, like, off-screen things once we conclude stream. The next time you guys will see me, we'll be playing Blasphemous. We'll be getting ready to take the fight to Escobar, and then proceed in the next True Torment, or the next Ascension, in which we will hopefully get some side quests correct this time, and we'll have an easier time knowing what exactly to go for in terms of making our Ascension experience easier. Because we don't have that much of the game left. We really don't. We just have the two... We have, like, the endless boss rush, which I suppose I would showcase at least once. But other than that, there ain't a whole lot left. And then we can focus on Elden Ring 2 days of the week. Sound good? Sounds good. I like having a consistent game 2 times a week. If you guys like to support the stream in a more direct fashion besides follows, I do have links below. Anytime you use a Prime sub, you get access to my Discord. I also have a raffle, or basically it'll be around the middle of the month. In this case, we can do the 15th of Wednesday, and I'll hand out a free Twitch Prime sub, which will get some random person into the Discord, someone who has been talking. I haven't quite decided if it's going to be who's there that day, or if it's going to be out of a pool of people that have followed the channel before. I am still working out, like, the fine-tuning. But we do have a Discord server. I'm just going to tilt this down slightly. Other than that, just checking out my distance between me and the microphone. Other than that, all the rest of the direct support links can be found in the About Me section on Twitch. If you want to get in touch with me, like, you can use my Discord if you're a part of it. Otherwise, I highly recommend Twitter. I'm active over there. I don't necessarily comment or talk about news, but, like, if someone talks to me, I talk to them. And the more active the more active you are with me on Twitter, the more active I will be with you, to a point. That link is not only on my timeline on my Twitch page, but and clicking something on the timeline will take you to my Twitter page. But you can also, I believe my Twitter link will take you to... I want to say it's Coinstamp. That's what it should be. We're going to view profile. Or I would if I had this disabled. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's Coinstamp 180 on Twitch. Coinstamp Coinstamp 180 on Twitter. Coinstamp on Twitch, Swirling Vortex on Steam. I do have a battle tag, but I don't hand that out freely. And I'm Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube. You can find me in a lot of places over there. Other than that... yeah, next time you guys see me, we'll be playing some Blasphemous. Not much more to say than that. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those three things you like. Just don't call me Collect and don't violate terms of service. This has been another episode, another fine episode of Elden Ring Reforged. I'm glad to have gotten the dropped frames mostly under control today. You guys are always welcome in my mead halls anytime. Come drink, come be social, be merry, and talk about the finer, deeper things in life. We don't shy away from serious subjects. We've talked about abortion. We've talked about, like, gun rights, gun control. We've talked about COVID-19, bioweapons, you name it. As long as people are respectful, we talk about it. If people are being uncouth, then we do something about it. Typically, we throw out whoever the uncouth being is, but that's not always how it works. Conversation's a tricky thing. It's hard to regulate. With that, thank you guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care, and bye-bye.